All right. So hey, where's this scene? We're back with another live stream. So we're continuing where we left off. We are using SSH Whisper in order to do research for trading strategies. And when that is done, we sift through the data, find the best strategy, and build it into a EA. SSH Whisper will automatically write the code, validate that everything is working, send it to the correct file for the broker, as well as compile it into a EX5 file so we could instantly just jump across to MQL5 and start testing. So this is where we at. Let me just check a couple things first. So I now started this series yesterday, actually, trying to get that momentum to do more videos when it comes to live streaming, doing this as an actual project. So this is where we at. One thing to note, I did make a change on Discord. So when you head across the Discord and you look at the research section, I did update from the files that I put yesterday, uh, because I changed the Python script in order to get some calculations for the lots, lot sizing as we scale, spread, swap, and commission. So all of those costs are included. It may be a bit exaggerated. So when you do take the strategy and you build it into a EA, what happens is you already have some wiggle room due to the additional costs that were entered. So this is the test we ran for the Aussie CHF. So before we start letting SSH Whisper, go through and break up the data and run the scanner, what we need to do first is we need to head across to the broker and we need to pull some data. So we go bars and I will go Aussie yen for our time frame because I just personally like to trade the 4 time frame, and we're requesting data for the last 5.5 years, so since 2020 Jan. So we got the data here and I will just export it into the trading folder and delete the time frame, well, the period. So this is here, cool. And now I just need to tell it to run the scanner. I need to check and see why my keyboard is glitching out on me right now. Alright, so the way I build this is for it to be a very seamless process. I need to see why my keyboard is freaking out on me. More likely than not, the connection is a bit off. So yeah, So let us see what is going on here. All right, so that seems like it fixed things. All right, so just type run the scanner. We hit run. What would happen is SSH Whisper will now go into my trading file and it will run this command directly on my PC. PowerShell would load, and what happens now is this scanner here is a Python script that was built in exploration mode, you could say. So what it doesn't have a fixed strategy in mind. It just have certain parameters: moving average, ATR, different candle checks like bars ahead, bars behind. And what it would do, it would run through all the data and then kind of process it and see where patterns emerge. So this is not like the typical trading strategy that you would find. So it actually discovers new strategies, and when it is done with that discovery phase, it puts out a file like this, which is a HTML file, just for me to view. This isn't the data that SSH Whisper would review in order to build this trading strategy. This file it creates is strictly for me to look at in a pretty way, right? So it makes this file for me to look at, but the file that it actually reviews looks more like this. So it would actually look at this here now, and this is where it would analyze it and then tell me which strategy is the best strategy to build, and it will build the complete strategy. So if we look at the Aussie CHF, we did build out strategy 1. It has a pretty nice equity curve, 134 trades. Ambiguous is a feature I added in because if we have a trade signal that fired and the candlestick actually goes to the stop loss and the take profit in the same bar, if we are trading open, high, low, close, we don't actually know if the target was hit first or if the stop loss was hit first. So what ambiguous does is every time this occurs, it gives you a relative percentage, how many times versus all the overall trades, and it will automatically count it as a loss. So even if the trade was a winning trade, it is being like extremely conservative, and it would count ambiguous trades as a loss. So the less ambiguous, the better. So you can see this strategy did pretty well. And here are the rules for each strategy. So when it puts out this document for me to look at, it gives me a breakdown of what the actual trading strategy itself was. So yeah, this is how I filter through stuff. I could say I don't want anything that has more than a 15% drawdown, and I apply that, and then I can filter even more. But I'll show you for this particular symbol. You could see here, or was it here? This was the old chart. Yeah, so it would have suggested strategy to use, and then we end up building this strategy here. So which was Aussie CHF on the H4 and is strat 1. So if we run our backtest, this is the settings. Now, when this was set up, each strategy actually by default starts testing on $1,000 account, and it also uses a 1% risk that compounds for all strategies, and this is just to have one baseline to start from. Now obviously when Python does backtesting, it is slightly different from when MQL5 does backtesting. So we wouldn't get the same volume of trades, but we get that overall bias in the direction that the strategy is going. So I just adjusted the risk to 2.5% just to see if we could push the performance up while still keeping the drawdown down, yeah. And and then we'll take each one of these strategies, hook them up to our demo account, run them live for maybe a month, because it is the H4 time frame. So if we do try to run them for too long, months could actually pass. And you would see the quality, the backtest quality is pretty high on the data that is being used, because I actually request that 6 years of data in order to do any testing or strategy discovery. So we just wait for the test to complete, and once the test completes, we will take a look at the results. Now, one of the things I need to mention, a lot of people say you could get strategies that do all kind of 100 and 1000%, but their drawdown is extremely high. And I spoke about this in one of my previous videos. I rather a strategy that does 5% for the entire year, and then I get like 50 strategies running. All right, so the backtest is completed. If we look at the report, you can see 99% modeling quality. We have 60% over that period of time, so that is roughly about 10% a year, and 7% drawdown. So a strategy like this now, I will actually take this and put this towards doing some actual forward testing, and then depends on how it perform, this would be added to the portfolio. So this is how this actually works. All right, so at the moment SSH Whisper is just waiting for our next command, and here we just waiting for the data to start processing. Now this could take a while depending on how much candles. Are you selling this EA? Jeff, to be honest, I'm not selling the EA. What I do is I just do research, like this exploration research, come up with this document. I don't sell the EA, but if you want to get the strategy, you could head across to my Discord. There is a link in the description. And when you join the Discord, go to tools and you'll see research. And this file here will actually bring up this Google Docs. So you would get each one of the research papers that I did in here, and you could download it and either do it as a manual strategy that you want to use, or build it into EA. That would be the easiest way to kind of get your hand on this as soon as possible. But right now we in research mode. Let me see. We could run some tests. Now, all the times the tests don't align directly with Python, and this is where we need to forward test a bit, because it does go a bit off. And what happened before, like when I did the stream last night, we were approaching it as if trading futures without any spread, and wasn't taking into account the commission and slippage. So what I did today was completely rewrote the scanner. So now the scanner does cater for like $6 per round trip for a lot. It applies 6 cents per thousand for every trade that is taken to cater for swap. And this is because we traded on the forward time frame. It is very possible that we go into the next day, so I do cater for swap. And for the spread, for example, like Vantage spread is super small, but I still cater for about a 2 pip spread. So the strategy could be, a bit more, what is the correct word to call that? It a bit more conservative running on Python. So by the time we actually run it on MQL5, we should get better results. So if I think for this strategy, we're getting what? A 6%, 6.66% drawdown. And we could still test this and push it and see how far we could go and increase the we could increase the, what do you call it, the risk percentage. So if we look at the back test itself, so something to mention, if you do go on Discord and you look at the research documents, no strategy has a fixed stop loss in pips. The stop loss is always determined by the ATR, so it accounts for the volatility of that particular symbol. So each strategy adapts to whatever that particular symbol does. So it isn't like a fixed 20 pips or anything like that. So this is the problem with trading on the 4-hour time frame. A lot of time could pass without firing a single trade. All right, so we started to actually process the data now. So we already have 2 candidates here, and it considers a candidate as a strategy. So what I need to do is let me work on this UI here, because the UI extremely simple. I'll work on the UI while the backtest is doing. So just get something a bit more pretty. So you see, this would have to chug through, you'd get the trades, but the trades are so far apart because of the 4-hour time frame. So this is where multiple strategies would come in, all trading at once. So we have 30%. Multiple. Alright, so we cross 100%, 120%. And this is with a 3% risk. Now, what I did realize, and I mean, this had to be from this backtest itself, you'll notice that if we run the backtest out of visual mode, I don't know if MQL5 just misses some of the trades, because when we run it outside of visual mode, it doesn't show like this kind of result. So if we look at the actual graph here now, I just find it like we weren't close to 3 grand and we only went up. Oh, that is right. went up by 7% instead of 3%. So that was my mistake. So, all right. So that is the back test. We don't need to kind of look at all of that. We know that it works. So, in the meantime, hold on a second there. Hello. All right. So we need to run through these questions in order to give it some idea of what it is I want. So first of all, here is idea of right. So going to give it that, and I am going to grab code from another strategy I run, which is low key. And all right. All right, so we'll just do a mock-up for now, a HTML mock-up to approve, and once I like it, I would tell SSH Whisper to add it to its memory. So in the future, anytime we do a new strategy, the new strategy will have that specific style when it comes to the EA and how it displays the data. All right, where you saving this? Desktop mockup. Wait. It was attempting to save the file to the desktop, but I don't want it on the desktop. Things get messy on the desktop. Hi, hi. We're just waiting for it to finish think. What going on? What we eating? All right, so it would save the file mockup to SSH whisper file, and all right. Yeah, that is for you. Who else I got ask what we eating? But it have a little delay in have a little delay in the stream from when you send the message to when I respond to when you see it on screen. Sixty-six trades. All right, let me see what this mock-up looks like. So this is just an example mock-up that it did. This is actually pretty nice. All right, so since we'll be working with this mock-up then, Aussie GPY H4. All right, so we only have 19%. We do have to wait a while because this does take a bit in order to run through and get this entire thing done. So let us see if we set this back to 1% and we just run an optimization here directly in MetaTrader. So we'd go from 1 ATR to 3 ATR with 0.25. And exit bars, we'd run a test just to see if we change the exit bars from 12. If we do 8 to 21, 21 is too far. We do 6 more bars to 10 bars. Now this is just a backtest directly in MetaTrader 5, which I don't really need to do since Python is actually doing all the testing and coming up with the strategy itself. So this almost isn't necessary. Are we running this on every tick? I see problem. We don't need every tick since we are 24%. We are at 24%. So this backtesting does take a while. So because at this time I think I need to go and extend the Python script itself, because we may run into a hard limit before we actually finish the test, which would absolutely suck right now. Yeah, this is going to be a problem. We're already at 40 minutes in and we're at 24%. This is going to be an issue. All right, so this here is a problem. We're going to hit this. We're going to hit this hard, this timeout limit before we get done with this test for sure. For sure, for sure, for sure. All right, so the best thing to do at this point is actually rerun the scanner because we are not going to get completed in this period of time. It absolutely sucks. I All right. So I went in, I manually stopped the scan because I know we are going to hit that hard limit. So just go back and run the scanner again. I forget you don't have the intelligence. So this is quite a bit of a setback. What happened there is we ran into an issue where we would have hit the timeout. We would have hit the timeout. So actually had to restart the scanner and just wait for a bit for it to complete the scan. All right. So still waiting for the backtest to complete on MetaTrader 5 to optimize the actual strategy that SSH Whisper found through the scanner. At the moment, all the runs that it did with all the different variations are positive, which is good. So the exploration did work. So at the moment we optimizing for how much bars to exit, the different ATRs for the stop loss and the take profit. What I could do is do our optimization on the ATR itself, but I don't want to overfit. So I just using the ATR at default setting, and then we just kind of optimize the length for the where the stop loss and the take profit would be at. So that is that. And we're still waiting to start the process. The data for the Aussie yen on the H4 time frame for the last 9800 bars, which is about 5.5 years. So it is a slow grind. But you could see some of these results. A 20% return with a 4% drawdown. They're not bad. And then we could simply just bump the risk per trade up. It would increase the drawdown slightly, but the return should look pretty good. So that is the approach I am taking with this. All right, so we just started running through and doing some different combinations. So we had 2 trades that it found. Unfortunately, this does take a while. It does take a while, so we have to wait a bit. Alright, the backtest itself almost about halfway there. It is taking a while though. What is this? So what I'm doing right now is telling SSH Whisper to read the scanner, which is this thing at the bottom here. This actually scans through raw candlestick data to find patterns, not based on any specific rules. So it actually discovers new strategies. So looking to see how we could increase the amount it is actually scanning. So right now it does only look for 2 combinations, so I'm suggesting we're doing triple scans. Yeah, add there the weak filter. Alright, so I am liking 1, 2, and 3, and 5. Why on earth we are having some slight
Hi.
Alright, let me see if the create a new scanner V2. My keyboard is dying. I think I need a new battery for my keyboard. Alright, so I need a new battery for my keyboard. God damn it, man. Alright, so what it should do is it should write a new scanner, a version 2 to this current scanner, which is doing this right now. That could be the reason that my keyboard is glitching out on me as well. So it should write it and save it to this point here. So then we should have even more robust scanner. However, the downside to this is right now a scan could take up to an hour. So it could increase drastically more. We just need to wait a bit. It is reading the current scan file, and the scan file is pretty big, so we can't be moving that slow. So the scanner itself is pretty huge. So this is the exploration scanner that goes through and find strategies and then output it to a specific folder. Now I could be moving slow because I'm actually doing a backtest here at the same time. Everything is possible, so are we referring to it as? What are we referring to it as? As a feature? 57 binary features in V2. Ooh, this is going to take so long. Went from 468 combos to 1500 combos. Oh. Says we need to enable triple as V2. Yeah, there we go. Right now, he's trying to get some strategy development done. Strategy 8. Strategy 5. All right, where are we doing now? We are going to follow key style. All right, approve that, run that. Trinidad and Tobago in the Caribbean. DA. No, Trinidad. Yeah, yeah. So what I'm doing right now is I built this AI assistant. It started off as just a tool to do some website work, but now it could do analysis for trading strategies. And from here, I could just tell it to write the code. It would write the code and send it to my trading file itself. Yeah, definitely. It doesn't matter how far it is, the world's so small. We always have to be, sticking with the culture. Where you from? What do I trade? I trade Forex at the moment. But what I'm doing here is this tool that I built does research, so exploration research, meaning it doesn't have a fixed strategy that it is looking at. So it runs a Python script that it wrote, and the Python script then has, a lot. I will give you an idea of it just now. But this version has 37 different features that it runs through. And once it runs through that, it does a backtest and then creates this document for me to look at. And I would look at this document while it looks at a different document, and then it would make a suggestion like this. So here it scanned through and it started to like tell me which strategy is best in order, and then it makes a recommendation on what to build. And then once that is done, it builds the actual strategy. So Lorenzo, how do you test it? The testing is actually done through a Python script that this wrote. So so it wrote, this was the first version, and then this is the updated version we just did tonight. So it is a bit long. So it wrote this code in order to find strategy. So it's more like really exploration. So it finds its strategies and then it makes the suggestion here on what strategies was found. And now what should have happened is if I open my terminal and I look, let me see. So you see the strategy that it just found, which was the AUD-JPY strategy 1. So it built the strategy, compiled it, and put it directly in my broker platform for me. So now I could go and test the strategy to see if it actually works. And if it doesn't work, then we could go back to the drawing board. But this kind of saves me so much of time. Okay, cool. So you all trading a long time, or like manual trading, algo trading? So let me run this strategy that I just completed and see if it actually does make sense on MT5. So I'll turn that off. Yeah, you know how long it take me to build this thing? Like when I initially built this, it was because I was launching a website and I had to go back and forth using PowerShell. And I said I would just take my AI agent that I use and integrate it into PowerShell directly. So now it could actually do stuff on my computer without me looking at it. So this kind of speeds up the process. So now we could run the test, and if the test is successful in MetaTrader, then we keep it. If it is not successful, then we throw it away and we go back to the drawing board. So right now we testing strategy 1, which is this. So this speeds up the workflow, because when I was coding strategies by hand, it would take me like days to get a strategy the way I wanted and then back testing and all of that. But now I could simply do this and then we run the test in MetaTrader and see what happens. But this tool I built here, this is sick. This could actually this could do everything from building websites. It has vision, so I could upload photos and it could analyze the photo, and then it could update its own file as well. So here it was running through how it's going to adjust some of the file structure for itself. So when it reads a file, it doesn't need to read the file again a second time. It will just cache it somewhere on the system. So like this strategy might be broken, so we need to go back and make some, like, look at other strategies. But the drawdown was 21% for this, which I do really like. I use Vantage. The link is in the description for the broker. I used to use TMGM, but because I kind of transitioning into setting up a Palm account, Vantage has a pretty cool Palm system, so I shifted across the Vantage. I actually download the data directly from here, so how that works is, you see here it doesn't have any data in it, so I would come, and since we already had the Aussie yen, I just go here, so we go the Aussie dollar for our time frame for the last 5.5 years requests, and then we export those, get rid of this. Alright, so that data now would be saved. That will be saved right here in the CSV file. So all I need to do is I'll pull this up, and I could switch across to Sonnet, and I could just say run the scanner, not V2, because we just built a version 2 for even deeper thinking. So it would run the scanner. Once I hit run scanner, then this will pop up, and it would actually start doing all the back tests for itself. So we just wait until this is done and see what happens. So this was strategy 1, 21% drawdown. Strategy 5. Right. This is 20% drawdown, so I will filter like 15. SSH Whisper, I actually built it myself. I have some videos on LinkedIn going through the process while I was building it, how the UI used to look, and then getting it to this point where we did this glass morphic effect, which is something days I was back and forth to try to get this glass morphic effect. But yeah, I built it myself, and the only reason it is called SSH Whisper is the original concept was to SSH into my VPS, and it just evolved into this entity that could edit its own code right now. It actually have all the Opus, all the Anthropic models. So one thing I didn't like, if you on Claude.ai and you're working on a specific program and you're using like Sonnet, if you switch to Opus, it would kind of give you it would start a completely new chat with no context from the previous chat. So what I built into this is I could load memory, not conversations like whole blocks of text. I could just load a memory, and it wouldn't show in chat, but it has the context from the entire conversation without having to do so much API calls to read everything. And mid conversation, I could switch models, and it wouldn't reset. All it would do is it would just use a smarter model to code. And if I have to review stuff, I just use a model that wouldn't cost as much. Right, so like if I doing the simple stuff, I'll just go to Sonnet and yeah, and that is not the only problem. Another big problem it has as well is if you build in something and your conversation starts to get so long, two things would happen. You wouldn't be able to use voice anymore, like voice chat, and then it would get to a point where you can't upload any images because the conversation is so thick and it starts to lag and all kind of thing. So when I saw that, I said that is something that I want to work around for my own project, because I'll show you how this would work just now. I'm just looking at the recommendations for a lower drawdown strategy. Strategy 21, 13% with 70%. Strategy 21, strategy 54, and strategy 20. Yeah, that does suck. So how I battle that is when I upload an image, it analyzes the image, it gets the full context of the image, and it just gets rid of the image immediately, because like it's very rare that you would upload that image and then you would search back through the chat to look for that image again. So it don't really need to be in the conversation. The context from the image just needs to be there, and you get rid of the image to lighten up the chat. But that is how I approach it anyway. Build strategy. Alright, so I'd recommend to build strategy 21. So in this instance, like I just switched to Opus and build strat 21. That is it. Well, you wouldn't believe some of the other things that I did with this. So if you using any sort of system where you need to do API calls, every time you read a document, you actually need to make a call to Anthropic in order to read the document and then come back with the information and let you know it. How I battle that, like I just told it to rewrite its own behavior, because what I did in settings, I added this section here. So it's a behavior that will teach it how to act. So it could update its own behavior. And now it knows that instead of doing a call back to Anthropic to read a document it already read at the start of a session, to cache that information to a file locally on the computer. So when it needs to read it again, it just goes to that file and reads it instead of making a whole new API call. A lot of optimizing went into this. That 20% drawdown, I did not like it. That. So I'll just go through this, do some tests, but like this is our strategy I found tonight, and this works pretty well. So this will definitely be going on the portfolio. If I could have multiple instances running at the same time, you mean like to do different tasks for different types of things? I mean, like, so I could have one doing trading and then one doing a website. What I did, and I would do it after I close this chat. If I go to memory, so if I go to memory, you can see all the memories I have here for different things, right? So this is like for web design. This is when we were adding voice, so giving it voice. Tools that I'm working on, because I do 3D, I'm actually working on a project to build a text to modeling interface into Maya. So all of these are different memories. So if I load a memory, you can see a little brain comes up here, color coded to what the memory is. So it could load different memories, but it would still be one chat. But what I'm actually working on is something called Nexus. And let me see if I could pull it up. Yes, no. Okay, let me pull up Nexus and show you what that is. Yeah, child. So this is my next big project. So this is Nexus itself. Well, this is the idea that I have. So this now, it will be like SSH Whisper, but on steroids. So I still had the same chat panel, and I could tell it to do something, and it would spawn one of these here, and that would do a specific task. And you'll be able to see, like, as the task counting down, what task it's working on, which model assigned for that particular agent. And once it get done with the task, it will come back and send the results so I could look at it. And this Nova would be auditing. So this would be strictly for if code is written, this one here would go and review the code and make sure the code was done properly and all of that, and then it would be saved. So this is like the extension to what SSH Whisper would be, since at the moment is just like one agent that could do different things. Or at least that is the goal. I don't know how long it's going to take me to build that though. So like this strategy definitely going to be on the portfolio, and like I could adjust it to, if we do 3% risk per trade, we still have a decent return, a 70% return over the 3.5 years or 5.5 years with an 8% drawdown. I happy with that. So serious? I don't know. You didn't share any of your projects, so I don't know what it's looking like. Alright, let me run this and see. Now, what I would say is sometimes if we find a strategy on Python, because Python is not the same environment as MetaTrader 5, it may not match up exact and things may be off, but this is where the backtesting in MetaTrader 5 comes in to see if the strategy actually works. So So while that does run the backtest, we are currently at 600 pairs, 666 pairs running. But for that Nexus, I went real in depth with that. Like I created this this document, and this actually goes over like 11 pages, going over how the main part of Nexus would function. So what we call in the overseer. So this kind of goes in depth about exactly how it would function. Because what I try to do before I build a project, I would scope it and come up with a scope document for everything. And we even updated this document last night with this new version. It's not as pretty as the next one, but this kind of goes more into the architecture of the entire platform, not just the overseer function, but like the entire system architecture itself. So, project for the future. Alright, so I have to wait until the scan finish before I import anything new. The nice thing about this is like a head start. Get the code done, get the basic strategy in, it profitable, and then I could come in here and actually optimize in MetaTrader 5 itself to fine tune the exact strategy. This was what? Strategy 21. I mean, so far it kind of follows. This. It went up, it came back down. Kind of looking very close to this chart. Right. What was the next strategy now? Strategy 21, strategy 54. Well, Lorenzo, if you're still in the chat, what is you working on? Like, what type of what projects you working on? Of the let's see. Again, if anyone wants the this actual research document, You just head across to Discord and you go to research, and it will take you to a Google Drive with everything. Okay. I never even heard about that, so I'm gonna take a look and see what that is. Ah, Red Hat OpenShift. It's quite interesting. You didn't like put out any videos or anything on it on that project yet, or because that one is completely new to me. All right, so we know for the most part the strategy did work, but we did have some serious drawdown. So we could always run an optimization, which I will not do now because that would put my computer under pressure for a while. So I have the CS video already. My problem with this, I don't like the amount of drawdown. Now what we could do is switch it, turn on scanner 2. Night Sony, and I will. Now if I do this, it is going to take significantly longer. I mean, go for it. I sure you come out with something cool and somebody would want it, and either they hire you or they pay you that big dollars in order to get wherever you're building. But I definitely not rich. We're working on it right now. Work in progress. All right, so I would save this. There is a real dread delay between when I see messages, so if it takes a while for me to respond, I have no idea why the delay is so serious. I like 2 minutes in the future apparently. Something real. All right, so we would actually run that scan. That scan might run whole night. And you wouldn't believe, I have no idea. Like, as soon as you send the message and it came up, I am responding now, and you'd see how long it would take before you actually hear it. But I don't know why it has that big of a delay, because my OBS doesn't have any delay in the settings. So this is where we at. Oh, but what I was saying about the memory thing. Okay, so this is my trading memory, right? So let me just open it up. All right, so right now we using the trading pattern research memory. So if I go new, it automatically saves to that memory. So you see last update just now, so it had 54 messages in there. But if I click on it to load it, it loaded the context of the memory, but you see nothing in chat. So this way it kind of saves the system from slowing down. And then there's an automatic memory caching every time we have like 25 messages or so. It would automatically cache that. How many lines of code is SSH Whisper? SSH Whisper is not actually a simple line of code. So let me give you a little backend. So all of this is actually SSH Whisper, right? So Kilgos is what I use, because when we now started, it had a issue where PowerShell kept leaving an instance open. So there's where kill goes does. So different packages. We had the main JS file, preload, renders, all these different parts for renders, the style, all these components. And then, well, once you do the npm install, you will get all of these files created. So it's not a like one file itself for SSH Whisper is a lot. I didn't use Codex, I actually used Claude Opus 4.7. This delay is serious though. Anyway, back to explaining this memory thing. So if I deselect this memory, now I could select multiple memories at the same time, right? Up to 5. Depending on the project I'm working on, I could have multiple memories loaded. And then you'll see the little brains up here that kind of color coded to each memory. So if I deselect all of that and I select the Maya memory, which is the tool I was building for Maya, and I could just ask like so you could see, even though we was talking about trading before, because the Maya memory loaded, it automatically pull back, knowing that we confirming, like we going and do the plugin for Maya. So I need to confirm if I use Maya 2026, if I use Maya 2020. So I was telling her that I'm going to stream this build live, so I need a title and description. So it remember that from the last chat, so it asking about the title and description here. So but yeah, this is how this memory does work. So I could just go now and I could swap memory DC like that, go back to trading and clear the chat, and it loads back the trading memory. So everything we spoke about before regarding to trading, even though the chat is blank, it knows all of that. And these are simple Electron app. Like the first app that I tried building was this one. So I mean, I could use this with SSH Whisper or anything else. So you can see just a sleeping head right now, but I could just speak anywhere and it would transcribe into any open field that I could like click in order to type. So this was like my first little mini project. So when you click on it,
hey, what's up? I'm listening.
So it would start listening, and then once I deselect or hit the shortcut, it would stop.
Give me a second. Let me think about it. Okay, all done.
So that is how this one would actually work. And this will type anywhere: Facebook, Instagram, email, notepad, it doesn't matter.
So
All right, so I think that I would be retiring soon. All right, so I would let this complete. It should be done within maybe a half an hour or so, and then I would set it to do the deeper research, which should take, well, at the moment we estimating about 5 hours. So that would run overnight, and then tomorrow I check the results and run through. I am trying to stream this entire project, document this entire thing one live stream at a time, trying to be consistent with it. So we will see how that goes. The one thing I want to do with SSH Whisper, I don't know if multilingual is the correct term to use, but I want to give it the ability to use um, not only different keys for LLMs, but to be able to like generate images and stuff, because at the moment Claude is terrible at generating images, like terrible. Like I told Claude to generate an image for a house I was rendering, and it literally did an illustration out of boxes, so it was terrible. So I want to see if I could integrate something like Flux. So if I am doing a project and whichever memory or agent is working on a particular project, they could call Flux to ask for an image. At least that is the concept, that is the thought in mind. Whether I could do it or not, that's a different story. Need to figure out where this started to go wrong, because it was following the original chart all the way until it got to somewhere around here. I think I know what could be happening. I think I know what could be happening. I ran into this problem while I was building my own bots. I ran into that problem while testing in real. And what that problem is as you go up, the lot size keeps changing, but as you start to lose, it starts to change too quick. So when you do start to take some losses, you take bigger losses, and then the lot size would reduce as you start to lose within a short period of time. So it is a little difficult to make it up, but we could fix that. I think we use the same logic for right here. Right, could fix that, man. Alright, so the concept: two inputs, base lot size, example 0.01, based on your account balance 500, EUH scale on that. So it should go in, read the code for that EA and adjust the logic for how the lot size is calculated. I don't know how I forgot this. I ran into this issue while I was building some of my stuff before. So now it replaces the logic from being 1% to this new logic. There's an extra issue too. Sometimes when you're trying to patch something, you just end up with more bugs. So it's best to just rewrite the code from scratch. That should fix the issue. We'll wait and see. I'll be 100% honest. I was considering like doing SSH Whisper as like a subscription, so you get access to the platform and you bring your own keys. Like I even went so far. Let me see if I could. Yes, no. Do I have it here? I was considering actually having it up for subscription, but I don't know, it conflicted me at the moment. So like I even did this landing page for it, where you could subscribe, and here you kinda, and this is even the old one. Let me see if I find a new one. Oh, this is the old one. I don't know. I may put it out where you could download it. I still have to decide on that. You know, I never use cursor. Like when I first started to get into this, I was using Lovable. All right, so like this is the demo that I did the landing page for. I did not like put it live yet, but it kind of goes through what SSH Whisper is, and then in here you could like interact with it directly on your website, and you could use some commands. So like that command would change the background to dark mode. Then you could make changes to the accent color, bigger text, and it gives you the same way where it asks for approval before doing something. So we set the accent color, and then as you come down and you go through it, you could interact with this panel as well. So it kind of does a lot. So it kind of shows you the memory section here. This is that, and then even for this panel now, you get these pieces of code within the FAQ. So if you click on one and then you run the command and you approve, like it does different things to the website. So I really was considering putting it out there, and I still might. So well, this is why streaming for is kind of just to show what the tool could do, because right now I'm doing trading research with it, but this could do web development. The other day my website was down, and I just went and set my website down on my VPS. It went through and it looked at everything structurally for the how hosting websites is work, CADI, PM2, all of that. And it found the problem and fixed it in like 2 minutes and had all the websites back up. So it does more than just one little thing. So this is where I'm conflicted, like how to sell this, put this as a subscription or what. So, but I mean, I may put out this. It does. So you can see interacting with it on the website does a bit of stuff. If I thought about the code editor, you don't need a code editor. So in the first versions to this, it couldn't write code to save its life. Like if you tell it to write a website, it would look like garbage, like utter garbage. But then I gave it a text editor, so it could write code now, and it would output whatever you want. So if it's HTML, uh, uh, JSON file, Markdown, whatever it is, it could write the code directly here and save it on your computer wherever you want it saved. I mean, you don't see the code, but you could always open the code in like Notepad or right now I use Visual Studio Code. So, but the PowerShell is to actually save stuff. Yeah, so it would it could write the code directly in here. So simple, like, right? So let me say like this is the issues it found, and let me say just my keyboard is dying, I think. Rewrite. I don't know what's going on with my keyboard. Oh, come on, man. I don't know, my keyboard messing up, but I don't know why it not. All right, just recompile. Yeah, anyway, as I was saying, it would write the code and it could show you the code in here, or you could give it to you in Markdown so you could look at it, or however you want to look at it. But the PowerShell side of stuff is just for you to be able to interact with your computer directly and do stuff. So you could, tell it go and read a file or save it or whatever it is. So all right, so it went there, it redid the bot, updated the file. So now if I go which file did we just edit? We edited let me see in all right, save a backup. Right. So strat21, so it went in, it rewrote the code for or where did it save it? Did it save it where I wanted it saved? So there now. So strat 21 supposed to have the new logic. So it went in, it rewrote the code, and then it saved it back where it needed to save it. So like my question is, when it comes to the code editor, how many times do you use vibe coding and then you sit down and reread all the code? So it's not really needed. If I have to edit something in the code, I would just open Visual Studio, something like that. So right, so let me see what that logic would have done to it now. So if this works, and this is the new logic that I'm going to use, you would see how it would update itself. We see what is the difference right now between what was being done before. So if this does reduce the amount of drawdown it has, even though it's still kind of pulling back, I would go in, tell it to update the skill file so it understands how to rewrite the code now, and then go in and edit the Python script. So when we do testing, we actually do testing using the same sort of logic instead of 1% per trade. We do like a standard 0.1 lots per 500, and we see how that work out. Because the nice thing about this is we remain consistent. We don't start taking large losses as the market goes high, and then when we start to pull back and in a drawdown, we start making these tiny wins compared to the losses that we took before. everything would stay consistent within a specific field and let the win rate actually take effect. So we'll see how that works. You definitely need to backtest this more. All right, so we did come out net positive. It did look a bit better than the last test, so it does make sense updating it to use this logic now. So all right, so what it would do now, it would read its own skill file and then update the skill file and save it. And then when that is done, we will tell it to update the Python script to use a similar logic, the version 2 Python script. All right, so you see here now it's going on propose what it's going on change in the skill file itself. Right, so it has everything we spoke about, and it inserted the section here about the default value, base lot size 0.01 for every 500 in your account. This means for every 500 in the account equal to 0.0.1 lots. As the account grows past each 500 threshold, the lot size steps up. So now it would update that. And how it does the update, it will update it by creating a new file as a new version. Once it saves correctly, it would delete the old file and then it would rename the first file. So that updated. So come on, man, keyboard. Probably need to change my batteries in my keyboard. Alright, so now let's update the scanner logic. Alright, so update the scanner logic the same way. So now it would, oh, I wasn't specific. I told it to update the scanner, not the scanner v2. So it's going to update the first scanner, which I don't want it to update the first scanner. My bad. So all I would do is just kind of decline what it's going to do and tell it to update the scanner v2. Right, so you see here it's trying to update the scanner because I told it to update the scanner. So let me deny this and scanner v2. So up the scanner v2 instead. So now it would go and read the scanner v2 file and update that file instead of v1. And that is because I just said scanner. So we have two scanner files at the moment. Right, so now it's going to update scanner v2 and it is changing it from being a starting balance of $1,000 and a risk of 0.01 to a starting balance of $1,000 and the risk being 0.01 based on the $500 in your account. Right, so it says no longer use this lot size. So cool. So prove that. Prove all these pieces are logic. Cool. So scanner v2 updated. What was the new file? All right. All right, so read the results and open the report for me. So yeah, man, Lorenzo, no sin. Well, I am all thinking I might go and crash right now because I'm going and set it to do a deep scan and I'm going to take a few hours. So it don't make sense in I'm on the stream for like 6 hours to wait for that to happen. Put out some videos now, man. Let people see what it is you're working on. I'm quite curious about that project. What's going on with my keyboard? All right, this is going to take a buttload of time. Oh, using OpenClaw. That is a very sweet trading setup. No lie. How fast they bought this scalp? And is it futures you're trading only? This is cool. I was considering building something for Ninja Trader, you know. But my problem is I could only use Ninja Trader if I trade in it through a prop firm. Because I'm in Trinidad, I mean Ninja Trader do this nonsense, so we can't trade with them again. So how you have your setup? This directly connects through like API or something to the trading platform, or is it a script within the broker platform itself? This is nice. Okay. I mean, I only heard about Quantower through like prop trading, and I know some people say Quantower kind of complicated, But this looks pretty cool. So is it that you're trading futures with a prop firm, or it's like just a personal account where you don't have any kind of restrictions either? I wonder if I could use Quantoa from Trinidad. I mean, I don't mind trading with the prop firm, but it's just to kind of get something that would fall within um their drawdown rules and consistency and stuff. Okay. Nah, but it's real cool. So this is a built-in feature that you have right here, or this is like something that you did, or is it part of the original Quantoa? Because I never used the Quantoa platform before. Yeah, that's seriously legit. But where you from? I hear in the accent it's some Caribbean related. Kind of almost.
volatility at all. Okay, the next tab on my list right here is my consistency calculator and also my P&L tracker. It also shows my best day, my recent day, the number of trading days, as well as my consistency, as well as my overall profit. So guys, this is pretty much a simple setup, really simple setup for you guys. I just wanted to share with the community. Please let me know what you think, and I will switch over to my top five top firms, and I will do just a quick synopsis of what top firm that I'm currently trading with. Oh, another thing up here, I have an Orient AI Smart Camera. I can tell it to turn on everything. See, I can came on, sleep timing, and it goes off on the top right here.
The video might be old, but that is a decent setup.
So that's what my trading setup.
Yeah, you sound Jamaican, but that real cool, man. That real cool to know that somebody in the region doing something like this. That is cool. That is cool. I definitely sub for sure. Yeah, 5 months ago. We need to do some more videos, man. So, what you use stability, your vibe code with what? Or you just using open claw completely? It's real cool, no lie. 54 binary features. We can't even start yet because this is going to take a while. Okay. Yeah, as a designer by trade, I do like houses, architecture work and stuff. And I just kind of got into trading and then vibe coding. And I was like, oh, I could vibe code my EAs. Yeah, then you have like the absolute knowledge on it. I just kind of gained into vibe coding because I mean the things you could do with it for a non-technical developer, it kind of opened up a lot of doors. I mean, obviously not to your level, but things that I had in mind that I wanted to build that I couldn't build before, now it's possible that I could actually do it. So that is kind of, how I going about the whole vibe coding. You're trading what, the 5-minute time frame? Is it that you're scalping based on a dollar value return or a certain amount of ticks? Yeah, this video real cool. All right, so my question to you is, in Quant Tower itself, you have this panel that views the data that coming straight from the DOM as well as order flow and running it through the filters to tell you like the market, where you need to be related to the market. And is it just a raw calculation or do you have like a API call for some LLM on the back end. Sick. So this entire UI on the side here is you, and this is just the natural quant tower, but you within the quant tower itself. Ah, nice, nice, nice. Because that is one thing I was considering, and I don't know how well that would integrate with MetaTrader 5 to build the bot directly within MetaTrader 5 and let it look at the chart in real time and then do the analysis and then figure out, what would be the best option. I don't know how MetaTrader 5 would deal with that. I mean, I guess it's the next evolution, something to look at instead of just running the backtest and having the LLM kind of look at the results integrated directly into MT5. Oh, nice. Nah, this is real cool. I will not lie. This is pretty cool. So when you take a position, you're trailing your stops, or is it? It's a big candle too, boy. Okay. I'll definitely have to look into that. Oh, chandelier exit strategy. So it is. Oh, let me see. The last trade on the video, the last trade that just passed. So how you approach it? You have one position at a time, or you like scale into positions, or how you approach that side of things? What if I could use Quantoa from Trinidad? That's a good question. Yes, you could absolutely trade on Quantor from Trinidad, however, because Quantor. Interactive brokers. Yeah, but so it's saying that yes, I could use Quantower, but I still need to connect it to a broker. And when it comes to futures, like I know I could set up an account with Interactive Broker. The problem I was getting from here was Wise. I was getting an issue with that connection to Wise. Um, and I can't use my Philippines bank information because I'm not in the Philippines anymore and I can't remember my password. And I can't get a notification on my phone. So I need to figure out a broker that I could actually use. Or probably just build something for Ninja Trader and stick with the prop firms for now. This is cool. This is definitely cool. Yeah, I mean, I really consider it because I like Ninja Trader. Um, I like Ninja Trader. I just find it's too much rules and stuff with the prop firms, but that might end up having to be a serious consideration. But what you doing like way beyond what I doing, like what SSH Whisper could do on compared to what you doing it. You have some insane stuff going on. You know what? That is a good question. Let me see. Let me check. Yeah, they say I could trade on AMP futures from Trinidad because they offer global accounts here open to non-US residents. It will seem so. This broker? Okay, cool. I definitely need to bookmark this and look into this and see what possible. All right. So the question was if I could integrate directly into MT5 using a Python bridge, what's practical? Oh, this might actually be cool to do. Well, this would be cool. So that means I could probably run I could trade directly from SSH Whisper if we create a EA to bridge through Python and leave it on the VPS. Python bridge, MV5 Python package. This would be the next project on the live stream. Well, so we integrate SSH Whisper to trade directly on MetaTrader 5. Yeah, that would definitely be cool. For managing the license, what we came up with is, in order for it to run, you would need to enter your email address in settings, and I would ping my VPS to check to see if you actually have a subscription through PayPal. And once you have the subscription, it would send a message back to the terminal itself to give it access to run. Or at least that is what we came up with. I using Inter server. I think it's in New Jersey or something. I was considering going from Inter server to go to what's the name of this VPS? This company Digital Ocean. Um I mean, because they do the Linux server and stuff. And this was the whole reason why this whole SSH Whisper project come off, because I do use Linux. So the idea was being able to build this, and I could just type in plain English and it would create a tunnel and go from PowerShell to the VPS, connect and do whatever it is I need to do, whether it be a Windows VPS or a Linux VPS. So that was actually the whole point of doing this. Okay. Yeah, that was the whole point of doing this. And then it just kind of evolved. Right, MT5 Python bridge. So this is how I normally approach stuff. Come up with an idea, scope it out, and if it's feasible, then kind of go from there and build on it. Yeah, this is cool. So it seems that I could actually do this directly from SSH Whisper. Once we get it set up. Yeah, I vibe coding. You looking at the code, I just looking at the vibe. So now I don't even need to go and manually get CSV data to do it for itself. Right, so it runs scanner 2 still running. This is going to take real long. Python script must run on the VPS. That is not a problem. At a trader terminal must be open and logged in. Not a problem. Works on the same VPS or SSH, but not a problem at all. So this seems extremely doable, and this is not a problem. Okay, so this comes to No, I could look it up. See what that is. UTech CSA, Caribbean School of Architecture. Oh, this is what in Jamaica. One of my partners went Jamaica to study architecture. To be 100% honest, I fell into architecture by mistake. I like my real thing is architectural visualization, not really, it wasn't really design. And I don't know, it just kind of scale and evolve from there. Because my stuff is normally to do stuff like this, like more arc viz work for a project. And I don't know how I got into architecture. I don't know how I got into design itself. Um, a company hired me to do renders for them, and then it just kind of evolved into me doing designs for them. And then that evolved into me starting my own company, completely by accident. Moving. I remember his surname offhand, but moving, kind of fairish Negro guy. And he started a company called Core Designs, Core Architecture, something like that. He started this company, Core Design. All right. I am looking to call it a night day. This was a long night. I really forgot tonight was Friday night, and I looked to stream tonight when everybody going out to live and people who don't have a life sitting on home back testing with an AI agent. All right, man. So I look into lock up there. I may possibly be on back again tomorrow night, maybe. So, but sub to the channel. So when you drop new stuff, I'll definitely check it out. All right. So yeah, it's funny. Yeah? We sit on coding and vibe coding while everybody else have a life and they're going out to party. That is so true. I mean, I don't even code, and I realize once you get into a project, like hours and days would pass, and you don't go out. Like I don't go out to even open my gate unless I really need to go out. Yeah, man, you take it easy. When we bounce up again, enjoy the rest of the night.